Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our special council meeting for January the 13th, and it's 6:05 p.m. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we can all please remain standing for a moment of silence for our first responders and military members, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth.
Present.
Councilmember Upal.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Present.
Mayor Moran.
Present.
For the record, all council members and mayor are in attendance.
Thank you. Council, are there any changes to the agenda? So I don't have anything specifically for the closed session. Would it be okay to make a recommendation for open session at this moment or later when we come back?
Any changes to the agenda, this would be the appropriate time to do so.
Okay. The only thing is that I wanted to see if it was okay with council to move item number 10 to be the first one under the discussion and potential action items. So it would just be the order. Just bring it up.
Sure.
All right. So we're going to move item number 10 to be the first item under discussion. And seeing nothing else, any other changes to the agenda? Next, we have citizen comments. At a special meeting, members of the public wishing to address the council for any matter on the agenda may do so at this time. Note, under the provision of the California Government Code, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes. Please note that under California Government Code Section 54954.3, Section A, the Brown Act, a special meeting agendas need only provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the meeting agenda before or at the end of consideration of the item. The public will have an opportunity to comment on matters not on the agenda at a regular scheduled council meeting. At this time, I will go out for citizen comments on the phone. Is there anyone on the phone with citizen comments regarding closed session? Hearing none, coming back into the chamber, is there any citizen comments for any items in closed session? Seeing none, bringing it, closing the citizen comments at 6:08. Conflict of interest declaration. Members of the City Council will declare an actual or apparent conflict of interest before discussions or decisions about any matters in which they or anyone with whom they have a close personal relationship could directly or indirectly benefit, or where such a benefit could be perceived. Closed session. A closed or executive session of the City Council or the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of Livingston may be held in accordance with state law, which may include, but is not limited to, the following types of items: personal matters, labor negotiations, security matters, providing instructions to real property negotiators, conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. So in closed session, we have items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Item number 1 being conference with legal counsel. Anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Section D. We have 3 matters. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. We have 1 matter, 1 case. Claim number 4A2311H2J24-0001. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, and we have one case, Merced County. Item number 4, conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, Jose Ramirez versus City of Livingston, case number 22CV0082. Item number 5, public employee appointment, Government Code Section 54957, title, acting city manager. Item number 6, public employee performance evaluation, title, interim city manager pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And that's the end of closed session items. And we are going to retire to closed session at 6:11, and we'll be back to report from closed session. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting for January 13, 2025.
Mayor, still special meeting.
It's still a special meeting, right? So we have to report out.
Yes.
So let's go back to reporting out for the special meeting at 10:45.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable actions at this time.
All right. Okay, so now let's get started with a regular council meeting. Still special meeting. Yes. It's not a regular meeting. That's right. Okay. Discussion and potential action items. So we have item number 7, which was number 10, consideration of the City of Livingston representative appointment for the Merced County Association of Governments.
Mayor and council, this item was put on the agenda as a request from Mayor Pro Tem Samra as well as Councilmember Roth. There is additional backup included in the agenda backup due to the November elections and the outcomes of those. There will be a vacancy on the chair for the executive board for MCAG. There have been multiple discussions, multiple options related to that. That is included in the backup. Happy to answer any questions, Mayor, but that concludes my report. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you.
Member Roth?
To me, one of the main reasons I wanted to make this up here is because in the past, we have appointed at the start of each session committee assignments, and MCAG is meeting before our next council meeting, and I just wanted to make sure that we have a designated people, a representative and alternate to the MCAG for attendance. And that's where we're at right now.
Mr. Roth?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I did some digging on this and talked to Stacy Guzman down at MCAG. And there is talk about the chair being open. Now, in my research, I did look into a lot of things. If we take the chair, we only get it for 6 months. So I think it'd be a mistake for us to take the MCAG chair and let another city, and I know there's another city that's willing to do that for the rest of this term because the term is only up till June. So that gives us the potential to get our vice chair in the following year and then our chair, if I'm correct. So whoever gets this tonight, whether it be myself, Mr. Rupel, Mr. Samra, or yourself, just we don't want the chair.
No, we don't.
We have to do our due diligence. Number one, to our city, because cutting short our term is not going to help. So, and that's my thought on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, it has been practice now and then, and whenever we have, just because we have a new council or council members after the election, it doesn't mean that we're dropping our own responsibilities for the previous committees that we were assigned to attend and participate. For me, being the director or the representative for MCAG, it didn't mean that, okay, so now since we have a new council, it doesn't mean that I was not planning to attend. I know that in the last year or so, Mr. Samra, you being the alternate to MCAG, you were supportive in attending some of those meetings while I was attending school in the evenings. Now I'm done as of last month. So it was not an assumption that at least on my part, that I was not planning to attend the next meeting. And normally when I'm going to be absent, or we always check in, and just to even double check that you're going to be attending. So it was never an assumption that I was not planning to attend just because we hadn't talked about this. And then this was already in the plans to be at the next council meeting. So me attending this meeting as a director and representing the city of Livingston, it didn't mean that Livingston was gonna lose any opportunities. I was in conversations with Stacy. Stacy did a great job, the MCAG CEO, and we have been in conversation since after the election, because they also wanted to wait to see what the results were going to be. So I just wasn't sure. To me, it didn't make sense to try and have this item on the agenda. Regardless, I think I spoke to and seen when I spoke to Stacy, and I spoke with Mr. Espinoza when he was the past mayor for the city of Livingston, and also Alex McCabe when he was the representative for Livingston at MCAG, and then due to the election, he was only able to serve only half the term. And so I do concur that it is probably not in the best interest of Livingston to take this chair position now, because it's only really 5 months.
Yeah.
And then in the next cycle, Livingston will, in the rotating cycle, will have the opportunity to be vice chair, and then in the following cycle, for Livingston to be chair of MCAG. And this rotation only comes around roughly about every 10 years. Okay. I'm not looking to be, my goal is not to be the chair. I will be gone by that time. So my goal is not to have a title of a vice chair or chair just because I want that to be me, okay? What I can say is that just like I was planning to attend and continue with my responsibilities for MCAG and every other committee that I've been assigned to, I will continue to do that. And if this council wants to make that change now, and for me not to be the representative for Livingston at MCAG, then the majority will make the decision. You know, but like Stacy and others have said, it's always, and some of us have used that in the past. It is best practice that the mayor, if you guys want to be the representative, by all means. But you know, I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, and that Livingston has the opportunity to be vice chair in the next round, and then just continue with the rotation for Livingston to be able to be chair in, I think it's 26, 27. Anyone else? Before I go off for public comment?
No, that's it. So at this point, I'd like to have the council vote on a representative and alternate to the MCAG. Does anybody wish to?
Can I go off for public comment first?
Huh?
Can I go off for public comment?
Oh, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So is there any other comments, questions before any motions? So at this time, at 10:54, I will go out for public comment on this item. Is there anyone on the agenda? Is there anyone on the phone?
Everybody's asleep.
Hearing none, anyone in the chambers, please come forward.
Okay, now I know you'll hear me. Just a quick question. You mentioned you missed a lot of meetings because of your schooling, right? What is now you're completely done? How many meetings did you miss last year, and how many did somebody else have to fill in for you? Is there a record of that anywhere? I'm just curious.
Yes, there's a copy of the calendar on the back that was, and it's also, there's a copy that I provided to every council member. So I was absent 7 times, and because I was doing my master's for a year and a half program, and Mr. Samra and I were alternating, or he was representing me when I wasn't sure that I was not going to be able to make those meetings. Also, so he was covering me while I was attending school, yes.
No, okay, no, I know you were finishing your degree. So when Alex McCabe was on it, he was just a member of the council, right? When he was the alternate for MCAG? That was back in 2016, if my research was correct.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. He was just a regular mayor. He wasn't mayor pro tem. He was just a council member. When he was the second person if the mayor wasn't in attendance.
I don't know, I wasn't here at that time. Go ahead.
No, I would say based on my research of MCAG, MCAG, the city representatives, the main representative is usually the mayor, and the alternative, it could be any member of the council. It's not required to be a mayor pro tem, but it can be. That's not uncommon, but it could be, typically the main representative is the mayor of each city, and then the city designates an alternate, which could be any member of the city council.
Thank you. I just think that if the mayor pro tem has done the most, then maybe he has the most continuation to fill in that slot. That would just be my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the chamber? Seeing none, closing the public comment at 10:57, bringing it back to our dais. Council, is there any additional questions, comments, suggestions, recommendations, motions?
Council, you guys wish to appoint anybody or to put an alternate?
I guess the only question I would have, Mayor Pro Temp, you attended 7 times. Because the mayor was busy with school, I did go to the last MCAG meeting just to get a better idea of what was going on. And I did notice that we didn't have anybody at the meeting. And so between the two of you, do your schedules allow for you to be there if you're appointed?
Yeah. To me, and that's a good question, Japjit, because in the past, we have always appointed at the start of the session our committee assignments. I took it upon as we're not appointed. No one is appointed. I don't believe that. I don't know if there's default or not, but I could not go there because we're not appointed and then say, well, you're not appointed, So that's the reason I did not attend. And I know the mayor didn't attend either because I was never told one way or the other whether anybody's going to attend, And for most part, the mayor was, and I have to give him credit, most times he was able to tell me, hey, I can't attend the meeting, can you attend? There was a few instances, or maybe 1 or 2, I don't know, that I got notified the night before, like 8 o'clock at night, hey, I can't make it. Well, you got to give your employer time too, That's the only meetings I missed. Otherwise, I had a perfect attendance. I take my responsibilities seriously. I'm on the Calvans board. Livingston is also on the rail committee to make sure that our ACE train keeps moving forward. So those things are very important, that we do have consistent attendance and people that are aware of it. So that's kind of important, but whatever the council wants, I'm not trying to be greedy, anything, if you feel that we need to stick the way it is, I'm okay with that. But to me, this was to formalize the appointment. Because I don't know if, like I said, at each session, we always appointed. So that's where I was at.
If I can just add, prior to this last year, not being able to attend most of the meetings prior to that, I had perfect attendance. I did not miss one meeting, even though meetings start normally at 3 o'clock. Sometimes if there's a special meeting or something else, in addition to, it would start at 2:30 or 2 o'clock, and I would always take that half day off ahead of time, like I already have scheduled half a day off on this Thursday, because I was already planning on attending that meeting. So prior to that, and I had perfect attendance. So, it's good, and it's all there, and actually, I am the one that brought copies of the calendar and the absences for the whole entire MCAG board. I'm the one that actually printed them and provided copies to the council. I am the one that brought them and provided extra copies that are in the back of the table. So I'm not trying to hide anything, So, and that was in good, I was being transparent. I said I wanted to finish my master's and my admin credential. It's going to take this long. Can we work this out? Yes. That was never an issue, okay? And prior to that, all I can say is I had perfect attendance. So if, it's just to be able to have a complete picture of, and not just half-truths before us. Thank you. Anybody else?
May I comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Would you like to comment first?
Yeah, to me, I'm not trying to take, the main appointment, but I am on the Calvin, so that would require, unless you guys want me removed from Calvans, which I'm trying to bring in vans and then buses into work with foster farms and try to bring them in. If I'm not, at least one of the positions, we will be removed from Calvans. So if you think the mayor is going to do a good job and that's going to be, I don't have a problem with that. But that's up to the council itself, I'm not trying to do something, and I do want to work, and we are a representative body. Do I feel that the mayor would represent City of Livingston in good faith? Absolutely. I don't doubt that for a moment. So the rest is up to you guys. I don't want to make the motion one way or the other, or rather, if you guys want to decide which way to go, we'll just go that route.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I don't think there's any question of you guys not being willing to take out time. And I appreciate that I actually didn't see the calendars, but I do appreciate that you brought them out and put them together. Again, don't think it's an issue of faith or whether or not you're willing to do it. Clearly, you both are. I'd say just for the sake of continuity, it'd probably be better to have the mayor pro temp take the appointment, and if you're willing to be the alternate for that, and then continue to work this out as you have been. And again, the agendas are public too. We can all stay up to date with what's going on at MCAG as needed and communicate as needed. But just for the sake of continuity, I'll nominate the mayor pro temp to be our representative for MCAG and the mayor to be the alternate for MCAG.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion on the floor, first and motion by Councilmember Opal, second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth.
Well, hold on. Actually, so first we have to make sure that the people that are suggested to be appointed accept the nomination.
Do you guys accept the
I will
nomination?
accept.
Give me just 1 second. I'm trying to process. I'm a language learner. I will accept it. Thanks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Upal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Next item, we have item what it's now number 8, consideration of a policy establishing the manner in which the city of Livingston establishes the agendas for city council meetings. I think in the report, it stated that, but I just want clarification from Roy. This was originally requested by,
Actually, it was multiple council members, Councilmember Upal, Councilmember Roth, and Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
okay, just for clarification, because in the report said that, I mean, I supported it, but it didn't give credit to who initially requested it. So anybody wants to speak on it?
I would love to, yeah. So I did request this item at the end of our last council meeting in December. Like I mentioned during the meeting, there was different statements made by different members of the dais on authority to place items on the agenda. And it became very clear that we don't have a formalized process for placing items on the agenda and also just for council relations and operations as a whole. And so it's pretty clear that discrepancy is not going to work there. We need to have a formalized policy. Everybody's following the same procedure. And so I actually did put together kind of like a draft policy. Again, this is completely my idea and open to hearing other council members' thoughts on this. Didn't share it with any of you, obviously, to not violate the Brown Act, but I did share it with Mr. Lopez, Mr. Santos, and Ms. Cisneros earlier this morning so that they could take a look at it. And so I'm not sure the best way to go about this. Roy, I know you said that there's already discrepancies that exist within it. And I have general ideas that I'd like to float, but I'm really open to workshopping how we best want to work it.
I would say there's no issue with presenting it to council if, as discussions about the ultimate end policy go, if there's an issue that arises that creates a legal concern or anything, I'll chime in at that time.
Council, is it okay if I kind of just present like some of the main points? Okay. So issue arose last time. There was a debate on whether or not that the mayor has the authority to place an item on the agenda by themselves. It was decided that the mayor does have the authority to place an agenda on the item by themselves. I asked the city attorney for government code that reflects that. And they provided to me government code section 36803, where it states that the mayor may, quote, discuss any matter as a member of the council, which is interpreted to give the mayor the authority to place any item on the agenda by themselves.
Actually, it's the previous code section, the one right before that one, which says that the mayor presides. I'm probably going to mispronounce it, but I think it effectively says the mayor presides over the meeting, and that's been interpreted to mean the mayor sets the agenda. And that can also be altered by general rules adopted by the council. So that's not an absolute. That can be altered.
I see. So I apologize. I looked at the wrong code, the one right after. So, Mr. Santos, is this your interpretation of that code, or is there legal precedent to this interpretation?
I don't know if there's actual case law on point, but there's like guidance from the California League of Cities out there. What's the other one? I'm sorry, the late hour. I'm trying to remember. There's different guidance out there when you talk about and there is different interpretations when there's a strong mayor versus a appointed mayor. So that technically usually changes how things are looked at. At times there could be in the move from an appointed mayor to an elected mayor, there could be requirements within the language that goes to the voters on the powers of the mayor. The Livingston Municipal Code itself is silent, aside from it does kind of harken back to that reference about presiding and controlling the meetings. But again, that doesn't mean that can't be interpreted differently. So the council is not bound by that interpretation. It's just a general interpretation out there. Like again, they talk specifically about, when a mayor is elected at large, they typically are considered to speak for the whole city versus an appointed mayor.
Right.
Because if you're appointed, you're considered to have the same exact powers and duties as any other member of council, because that position is appointed, and it could be appointed to any member of the council.
Right.
So there are some, that I think kind of in a nutshell wraps up the.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So in full transparency, clearly I was looking at the wrong code. So in my policy, based on the legal interpretation, I gave the mayor the authority to be the sole member of the council to place an agenda by themselves, assuming that was legal code. However, if we're able to tweak that as a council policy, I think we should all be held to the same standard and the same process of placing items on the agenda. Mayor, I know you do run on your own in the election, serve as the figurehead, generally have a little bit more work to do, but I do feel like the agenda is kind of a common ground place, and that we should have a formalized policy that applies to us all. So within the policy, all council members must obtain approval from at least one other member of the council to place an item on the agenda. And I did include one exception to that clause. We can call it whatever we want if we decide to go this route, but I called it entitled items. And entitled items would basically be an item that each of us as members of the council are allowed to place on the agenda without approval from any other council member. And the reason I want this to be a part of our city policy is because, let's be honest, like at this dais, things don't always get done in good faith. At any point in the future, somebody on this council could end up in a 4-1 and be in a situation where no other member of the council ever decides to allow something that they want discussed on the agenda to go forward, or at least from their proposal, whether or not it's super important to the city, whatever that item is. And so I feel like if any council member is ever stuck in a situation where they feel that an item is truly important to be discussed and nobody else is willing to back it, they should be given at least one item in open session and one item in closed session to discuss and to be able to place on the agenda by themselves. For that closed session item, obviously it would have to fit the legal criteria for a closed session item based on state law. We could change that number if you guys want to go that route, but I feel like at that point you could just be placing anything on the agenda and it would get too long. In terms of removing items from the agenda, any item could be removed at the beginning of the meeting, the way we always do when the mayor asks if there's changes to the agenda. There'd have to be a motion, it'd be seconded, and as long as the majority of the quorum votes, then the items would be removed. However, the way we currently have done in past practice where the mayor and the mayor pro temp review the agenda before it's decided, I don't have that included in the policy. Like I stated earlier, I feel like this is something that we all have, or all should have kind of the same grounds for. Same process for getting things on, same process for getting things off. As long as we get our second, we can get our items on. We have an entitled item as needed. And if we'd like to remove items from the agenda, we can do so during the meeting. There is also a section of the policy specifically around working with city personnel. And this is probably the one I need the most help from staff to workshop. City manager provided some feedback on this already. It's definitely not all the way there, but it's essentially a way to make sure that we're giving staff ample time to prepare items. We can't just throw items on them a day or two before the meeting. It's my understanding that Monica has prepared a schedule that staff use to reference to make sure whoever needs to see certain items in City Hall can see them with ample time to get them on the agenda by the time it needs to be published. If possible, I would like to intertwine those timelines within our policy to make sure that we're going on the same schedule as them. And also, yeah, and again, just not pushing things late unless it's an emergency matter. And so those are kind of just some of the highlights. Again, this is by no means ready to approve or ready to go. I'm open to hear your guys' thoughts on any specific aspect of that, but I've been a policy nerd for a few years now, so I enjoy doing this stuff, and I'm happy to workshop this as needed.
Thank you. Council, question?
Mayor, may I, Judge? I'm sorry, I gotta start calling you Councilman Rupo. Known you too long, but anyway, first of all, thank you for taking the lead on this. Really appreciate it. The one other thing you left is when the items there's items that are requested by staff are put on, how do you feel should when the draft agenda comes out, should the mayor and the mayor pro tem still look at to concur on moving item forward? Or does there need to be, I understand where you can say the council member can request an item to be put on and it's done. Any council member can be able to do that. Now, if a council member requests an item, then we shouldn't be able to remove that. It needs to go forward. But how about items that are from the staff? Should the mayor and the mayor pro tem concur on those items, or that's where the question is, right at that point right there. Do we need to concur?
I think it does make sense in that situation to do that. That's something that didn't cross my mind is when staff propose items on their own. The only thing I'd say is, what if one of you say no and staff feel that the item is very important? Do they at that point have the option to go to another council member?
And they always did. Previously has been if a mayor or the mayor pro tem, one of them disagreed with the item, that person, the individual, can always go to another council member and says, can you second it? And the other person's overridden. Now, that's usually the items that are brought in by staff. Obviously, if the mayor and the mayor pro tem both concur, this item needs to be moved to another date or another time. Yeah, that's different. A lot of this was done to kind of help balance the agendas. You don't want 15 items on one and then 2 on the other one. It was it was usually a conversation with staff and say, hey, this item really needs to go this forward, or can we move this? Because that's what the whole thing was supposed to be about. Not necessarily, well, I don't want it. It's never been about that.
I think that's fair. And I think in that situation that it probably does make sense to go with the mayor and mayor pro temp. The only thing I'd ask the city manager, specifically with a wrinkle I just mentioned, if let's just say you or another staff member requests an item, you go to the mayor and the mayor pro tem and one of them says no. At that point, is there any concern around, okay, I'm gonna go to another council member, who do I go to?
Logistically, that just creates a lot of issues. The items are placed on the agenda because staff feels that they're important items. So one concern that comes up is, well, what happens when a council member doesn't want to publicly talk about something that may not paint the city in the best light? You may have a council member that says, well, I don't want that to be discussed publicly, and the staff says, well, this is a really important item, and then staff plays politics and goes maneuvering to find out which council member is going to be favorable to that. So that's an issue that I foresee. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and I think this is really critically important, and I mentioned this in the email. I think you did an incredible job in developing this and to try and build structure, and I think building structure is really the backbone of what we need here in the city of Livingston. So I'll just read verbatim an email that I sent earlier today. From a city management perspective, it is a good idea to develop a strategic plan for the city that sets the foundation for the priorities that the city manager is expected to perform. This then translates into what the management team is held accountable to via their respective performance evaluations conducted by the city manager. It is very easy for council to change direction based on what the hot button issue is at a specific moment in time. As you know, the city has struggled with the lack of strategic direction for decades. The lack of an agreement for fire department staffing, the lack of a master tax sharing agreement, the lack of replacement of or onboarding of new wells, the lack of a general plan, the lack of a long-term CIP, et cetera, really point to a lack of unified approach to the city's top issues. The process by which to get things on an agenda is really part of a broader council protocols procedures discussion. This is not an uncommon practice in higher functioning communities, and I've included a copy of Palo Alto's here, which I'm happy to send to the city council. Here's an article of another community that routinely participates in this. And it's another article, I think, that just came out last week about strategic planning and city council goal setting. You can see that without strategic planning in place, staff will very easily become bombarded with new agenda items, placing the week's priorities on the agenda, resulting in a lack of progress on important items. I hope this helps. So with that being said, I think this is an absolutely critical item. This really does dovetail into what direction the city council wants this city to move into. Ordinarily, this is a chapter, a section in council protocols and council expectations. That would be my recommendation, because you can easily imagine, 5 different items being placed on the agenda, staff having to do the work, getting that on the agenda, council then directing staff to do X, Y, or Z. The next council meeting, there's more items placed on the agenda, and then before you know it, the city's in the same spot that it finds itself in now, with just a lot of challenges going on and no real progress or movement on items. So that concludes my commentary, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I may?
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Just so you know, Councilmember Upel, prior to the disagreement that I had with the mayor on the agenda item, over the past 5 years, and this has never been an issue. The mayor and the mayor pro tem each have requested items to be removed. Hasn't been an issue until now. I don't see how this is not a everyday occurrence. It's not. It is, I don't want to get into in discussions anymore. It's behind us. Every council member has a right to say whether I agree with this item or not, or should it be. To say that someone is doing it for whatever reason, I think it's wrong to say that. Sometimes you do feel strong about an item. I felt that maybe it needed to be done a different way. The mayor at that time could have had the right to go to another council member, says, can we move this item forward? Can you second me on this one? It would go forward. But to say that it was done for political reasons or whatever reason, I think that's wrong. I've been out here too long to say that I would do that intentionally. I did have it. There's room for questions and disagreements. I did, in my own mind, have a genuine concern and needing to. I'm not that stupid to know that we don't need to address about water. We do. How long was I going to delay it? It was, and again, it was asked, let me get with you guys, and if you need to, we can have a special meeting. It was done. But to me, I think the whole thing just got out of hand. Shouldn't have. Something could have worked out, or the mayor's insistent on it, could have called somebody else and say, can you second it? Could have called anybody, and if you got it, hey, issue over, done, we're over with. And to me, the process of the way you propose items being put forth by the council members, and then the mayor and the mayor pro tem concurring or not concurring on staff items is where it really comes down to. Council member request, it should not get blocked. There's no way. But this is more of a staff presented items. This was not requested by a council member. It was a staff item. Thank you.
Council, anybody else? Go ahead.
I mean, obviously there's going to be frustration when something's always been done a certain way and now it's changing, but I think that's the whole purpose for a policy in the first place is we're always going to disagree on how we think something should go, or there can, at any meeting, there can be a disagreement on whether or not we want something discussed. We have to have something that holds us in place to say this is just the way it's going to work. And so again, to move forward, I think we all agree that we want this policy. I'd say from the staff perspective and potentially from the legal perspective, if you'd like to provide it, does it not make sense to start with just an agenda policy and then work that into a broader council procedures, like just the way we interact as a whole? Or does it, like, is it better to create the whole procedural document as a whole, kind of the one that you referenced from the city that you sent? Or do you think it makes sense to start with this small policy specifically on agendas and then build that into a broader procedures document that is potentially tied to a strategic plan?
Well, what I'll say is in looking at the municipal code, we may need to do it as an ordinance amendment because there is provisions in the municipal code that this may conflict with. And part of it is I'm looking at section 1-6-4, council manager relations. And in there it says sorry, I lost my spot. The city council and its members shall deal with administrative services of the city only through the city manager, except for the purposes of inquiry. Should any council member make an inquiry, it shall be for the purpose of compiling facts or data, compiling facts or data for possible future action by the council. There could be issues with whether or not that conflicts. And then though, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I heard it, it seemed that only the council would be able to place items on the agenda. Is that correct?
The way I have it written, yes, because I didn't even take into account that staff can also propose, but that we can definitely add that.
Okay, yeah, because then there is a part of the code section that says the city manager shall basically bring forward to council any measures or ordinances that they see fit. So we would have to make sure that that's still included in there.
Definitely, and again, that's just my ignorance of not including it, but no issue with that there. But Mr. Lopez, if you want to answer real quick, just from your perspective, do you think we can start with an agenda thing only, or do you think we should create a broader council protocol / procedures and work this into that?
If I'm being honest, I think if the council can come together on what this all means, I think that'll be a big accomplishment for the council. I also, and I'll just run through a scenario because the issue related to removing an item on the agenda hypothetically would create some logistical issues, and I'll give you an example. Let's say the mayor and the mayor pro tem don't agree on what item should be on the agenda. So then the person that's told no goes to another council member and says, do you want this on the agenda? And that council member says yes. Then the other person who wanted it on the agenda goes to another council member, and then that person says, no, I want it on the agenda. So now you've got the scenario where you've got 2 council members in favor and 2 council members against it. And then let's say someone else reaches out to that 5th council member. Now you've got potential Brown Act violations going on what's going on with the agenda. So just logistically, these are a lot of issues that, aren't too far-fetched to think that might happen in the city of Livingston. That would be my recommendation. The one thing I will say is that I want to thank Monica because Monica went through, just in the entire time that I've been here, which has been since February of 2023, and she's included all the agenda items that the council has requested. And I just want the council to get an understanding of the items that have been requested by the council previously. And you can see that some of these things may be top priorities for the community, and some of these items aren't necessarily at the top of priority lists. And so this is kind of what happens when we've got things that just get added on the agenda. You can see that a lot of these things haven't moved forward. And some of these things are items that we've talked about that have to do with water, that have to do with CIP, that have to do with some really pressing issues in the community. And you all know that the staff is really bogged down with a number of public works and engineering items. And this is just an example of some of the things that have been brought up at the dais to say, hey, we want more information. However, I go back to the initial question, what are really the fundamental priorities of the city council? And I think, in my view, that the items that are requested on the agenda are really the items that align with what the priorities are of the city council, because in the absence of those priorities, everything becomes a priority. And when everything is a priority, nothing's a priority.
Thank you. Council, any additional comments?
I think the city manager makes a really good point there. And just looking at this now, I'm seeing stuff that I've never heard about. And so I could see us running into that same issue. Like we could just propose stuff and either we don't have time for it, it doesn't align. I guess I'd have two questions at that point to the council. One, is this a sign that we should focus on a broader strategic plan first? And if we do decide to go that route, what do we do in the meantime? Because again, we could get right back into I want it, I don't, like in terms of putting items on the agenda. Do we just want to go with what's been past practice? Do we want to set something arbitrary in the meantime that we follow? Because city manager makes a great point about setting priorities first to make sure that our items align with it.
Council?
So really, Mr. Lopez, what you're talking about here is we could request all kinds of stuff, but at the end of the day, the stuff that matters most is what's going to be discussed. And so can we set like, and we all know what they are, just generally based on what we've been working on. Can we decide on a handful of priorities that just take precedence? And it's stuff that staff are already doing for the most part, because there's stuff that we could all request that just may never have time. I mean, it's already 11:32 tonight, and we only had 4 items on our non-closed session, open session agenda. And so do we on a council just want to agree on items that take precedence over others? Because I don't want to walk out tonight with no direction, because right now we are not implementing a policy. There's broader gaps that are preventing us from going forward, and we can just end the discussion here and end up nowhere. And so I think we should have at least some direction on what we're going to prioritize and how we're going to handle this in the meantime.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I propose and is like we done is when we're in a meeting, it's on there, any future agenda items, any council member should be able to request an item and it's placed. And I don't think that the mayor or the mayor pro tem should be able to remove that item because you don't want to be at a 4-1, maybe like you said, Everyone should have the ability to bring the item up for discussion. To me, I think we need to at least figure out how that if the staff items are brought forward, the mayor and the mayor pro tem need to concur. If not, say that item A, the mayor says no, and I think it needs forward because it's proposed by staff, then somebody on the opposition can call somebody, hey, would you willing to second it? And if they second, the item moves forward. That's the way it should be. That's the way it was always, And at that time, by going back to that other item, the mayor could have called somebody and seconded it, and we wouldn't have this issue right now. So that's what I kind of propose. I don't know what it takes. I don't know if it's an ordinance or it's just a resolution, a simple policy.
Mr. Santos, in the scenario that the mayor pro tem just proposed, hypothetically speaking, Mr. Lopez brings an item. Mayor says no, mayor pro tem wants it. He calls me, I say no. If he now calls another member of the council, is that a Brown Act violation?
So if Mr. Lopez is doing the conversation, because it's just about placing, no action is being taken, no discussion about who's going to vote on what. It's just, can I place this item on the agenda? As long as it's not council members calling each other, I'm not concerned by Mr. Lopez or myself or the city clerk and deputy city clerk reaching out to council members for that second. It's when council members start talking to each other about what items are going to go on the agenda that you potentially run into a serial meeting because
That's,
could be voting on the agenda.
that's a good point right there, and I think that should be it right there.
And I think that is exactly why I was trying to prevent a brownout violation, because, I mean, as it is and how it has happened in the past, when there's disagreements, there's already 3 people from the council being involved, potentially. So that's already a brownout violation. So, but it seems like, not everybody's on the same page to be careful about that. So I think it's very important to be able to look at what different cities or agencies similar to ours has. What are some of the things that we can kind of pick from their guidelines? I think there's things that makes us different where the mayor is not appointed from the 5 council members. The mayor is elected at large. So we could also look at other agencies that are very similar to us in that way and see what they have, see what works. Because what we have here is very similar to potentially how an assembly floor runs or how it's organized, or the Senate. Then otherwise, it's, and I do see your point in a lot of those items that you mentioned. Potentially, a few members of the council could hijack what is discussed and what is not being discussed. So that is always something that we need to look at and consider when considering setting up or establishing a process. Is it going to work all the time? Nothing is going to be perfect. Have we been trying to update city ordinances? We have, and for some reason we have not been able to get to it because we always have other priorities that are more urgent than that, and then and this is only just one of many other things that we know that needs to be updated. But I guess we do have to start somewhere, and I do agree that there needs to be a process in place that has checks and balances to prevent that exactly, to prevent anyone in any council to be able to hijack what gets discussed and what doesn't get discussed. So, if you could potentially later share that with the rest of the council. And then again, can he share that with the rest of the council, or does that need to be shared with staff, and then staff can look at it and make recommendations, edits, or suggestions? And can we edit it? Can we add to it based on what we see from other agencies? Or is there a committee that needs to be formed without getting, because how can we get the most work done? Otherwise, if we're discussing, let's say that we can come back in, I don't know, in 2 weeks or next meeting, there's 4 of us. 4 of us potentially are going to bring 4 different things that we can add to this, and we don't all agree. And then we're like back to grounds, starting point, and then we had. So how can we be more productive? How can we be more efficient? And other than having staff working on something, I don't know. It's just, but it's a good starting point because we do need something in place to prevent, and also to allow to have checks and balances.
So ideally, I think it's something that staff should prepare for council at council's direction, meaning kind of general guidelines of what council is looking for, and then staff can bring something and distribute it to the council and the public at the same time, because that's the kind of crucial component. And then the good thing about that is it can be changed at the meeting, right? It's not set in stone you can work through the different layouts. Like, for example, is if council wants us to go look, staff to go look at, what other cities with an elected mayor do for agenda setting, or what do what's the common practice in Merced County cities for setting agenda items. I think that would give staff enough information to bring, council a framework of where to start and be able to truly fine tune it together in a way that, wouldn't run afoul of the Brown Act and wouldn't just kind of create too much conflict in, having to review too many different things.
Council, any other comments at this time? Seeing none, I will go out for public comment. 11:41, is there anyone on the phone with public comment in regards to this item? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, is there anyone in the chamber with public comment in regards to this item? Seeing none, bringing it back to our dais at 11:41. Council, what is, any additional questions, comments, directions, motions, suggestions, recommendations?
Mr. Mayor, if I can. I like your idea about finding out what other municipalities do in this situation. I mean, there's some good information here tonight on the dais from Councilmember Upal, yourself, and Mayor Pro Tem. So if we could find that out, that would help in, I think, all of us deciding what we think is best. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? So, I guess what's left is what do we want to do? Do we want to give direction, or how do we want to move forward? What is the next step that you guys wish to see? I know Councilmember Roth suggested to come back with and allow again and give direction to staff, and that's all. But that's only two of us so far. We need a majority to be able to give direction.
I would like to. I would like to get something moving on this, even if it's not a policy that's in one of the next or two meetings. It definitely can't stay stagnant. And if that's just looking around at other protocols and procedures, the way that the city manager shared, that'd be super helpful. One thing that is good about this is obviously we can tweak it as needed during the meeting, as the city attorney mentioned, but I used to write policies for an organization. When you can just look at another orgs, it's not that you go word for word, but you can get a lot of your skeleton from them and kind of just copy a lot of it down. And so, Mr. Lopez, I think the only thing I would ask you is that helpful direction to review policy documents of other organizations and then potentially bring back some sort of protocols and procedures document?
I think that's a great summarization of that. The one thing that I will add is if you would like us to look at cities with the population of the city of Livingston, those with an elected at-large mayor, so that, we've got something formally in terms of, you probably don't want me to look at the city of Fresno, a strong mayor form of government. You probably want me to look at communities that have an elected mayor citywide with 4 council members with a population of 15,000. So I'm seeing head nods. If that's what the council is directing, I can certainly do that.
Sure. The only thing I would add is it may be tough to find cities that have council manager form of governments and small populations that have adopted this. So if you can find it, awesome. But if they have a council manager form of government, even if they're a little bit bigger, I think it should be okay.
I think that's
I can
good.
think of a couple. Maybe not in Merced County, but similar in size would be City of Sanger. They have an at-large elected mayor, 4 council members, including the mayor.
I think that's great.
Is that?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next item, discussion and consideration of appointment of city treasurer.
Mayor, this item is included on the agenda as it was currently have a vacancy, so it's for the council to discuss and provide direction. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
What I propose, and if everybody else agrees, of course, is to put out for people to apply for this position and let everybody, a city at large that wish to apply for this position, apply. And I would say, I don't know, whatever you guys feel is appropriate amount of time, but maybe either the first or the second meeting that we make a decision, let people from here to then apply for that. Of course, that timeline, to point can be changed, but we also have to be cautious of not running over a certain amount of time. Or is it by giving direction, are we complying with the law of that position?
So the city treasurer position can only be appointed for 2 years, and then it would
Right.
have to go at the next general election up for election. It'd be the same sort of time period requirements as filling the vacancy left by
Yeah.
Councilmember-elect Rod Espinoza.
Yeah, my question was that if we say, hey, let's open it up for folks to apply, how much time do we have to where we have to make a decision? And that's going to hold true for our vacant council position as well, so. Or do we simply say, when is our next meeting in February? What is the date? Yeah, or is, yeah, so I would say that everybody apply and we make our decision on February 4th. If everybody's okay with that.
I think that's a decent timeline.
Huh?
I think that's a decent timeline.
Yeah, so I think we should just do that.
Council, any other questions, comments, suggestions before I go off for public comment?
Just one thing, we do need to give time to send it over to the register of voters to make sure that the people are registered in the city of Livingston.
So, thank you for bringing that. Didn't think about that. What is the turnaround time to where we check to see if they are eligible or not? What is the turnaround time with the elections?
I would at least give it a week. It just depends on how busy they are.
Week. So,
So
4th? No, it would be the 20th. Do you think we can do the 20th to the 29th? Think there'll be enough time? Monica?
So end date to accept would be the 17th? Actually, no, because we're on the 13th.
Yeah,
And then Monday is a holiday, so we'll
Right.
be closed.
but we just put that out. So when can we have the closing for the applications? Is what I'm asking. The 30th? The 30th suffice?
Because then there has to be time for preparing the agenda item as well. So, I mean, the
'Cause if we-
20th would be the deadline, but however, I mean, if people want to come in, the doors are going to be closed.
If we do the 24th, is that sufficient? Because you still got a whole lot of time.
Yeah. I would
Or the
say
27th?
maybe the 21st, that way we give the Register of Voters time to check and also time for staff to prepare.
That's almost,
That's, yeah.
So
So it would
check.
be tomorrow posting and then the 20th. The 21st would be the last day.
Okay.
I would only give them a week.
And two things be done, and I'm just asking, okay? Say that we go to the 24th. The agenda can be prepared, you just gotta have to put in the name. You know, whoever puts in, you know, the agenda can be prepared, it says, here are the applicants, all you gotta do is attach it. So if the 24th is given, that should give you technically, because whoever applies, you can put on the list, and then it could be said, these people are eligible or not eligible. That be sufficient then, the 24th?
Well, because we post on the 31st,
31st.
yeah, we post on the
The agenda,
31st,
right.
the agenda on the 31st, so that would only give 4 days.
That may not be enough time for the registrar, right? I-
Technically, council could appoint them contingent on verification that they are eligible
Well, then, there you go. We'll
with
do
the
it,
county registrar.
and then we can do it that way.
And then if they're not, then it becomes a vacant position and the 60 days starts all
Yeah.
over again.
So then, based on what council said, what is the date then?
You guys want to start the 14th through the 24th then?
24th? Is council okay with that?
Yes.
Councilmember Upel? I'm not calling for a vote, I'm just trying to,
If we go 22, we could save ourselves a couple extra days. And the only reason why I say it is that a short timeline for somebody to apply? Yes, it's a week and a day. But realistically, whoever wanted to run for city treasurer, if they ran, they would have won because they would have ran unopposed. I don't think it's a position in high demand.
yeah.
And so I feel like 8 days is ample time for whoever actually does decide to do it. If we pick the 22nd, and that gives us a little bit of breathing room so that we don't have to worry about potential contingency.
Okay.
We can just get a confirmation and go from there.
Then we'll.
I'm down to go the Wednesday 22nd.
Closing the 22nd,
Yeah.
okay? Mr. Mayor?
So, thank you for helping me run the meeting.
No. I said thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so at this time, I will go out for public comment at 11:52. Is there anyone on the phone in regards to this item? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Anyone in the chamber in regards to this item? Seeing none, bringing it back to the dais and closing the public comment at 11:53. Council, is there any additional discussion, recommendations, motions?
I'll motion to send out the proposed citizen application for appointment to city treasurer and request that the deadline be January 22nd.
So Roy, so this is discussion and consideration, so as long as you guys have, or Mr. Lopez, as long as we have direction, right? Make a motion, okay? So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Before you motion, just wanted to ask if you guys were okay with the application that was in the agenda? Yes,
Yes.
okay. Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Upel,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes,
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
thank you. Next item, item number 10, consider and discuss the City of Livingston's city council options for filling the city council. The city council seat vacated by elected council member Rodrigo Espinosa and take action related to filling the vacancy. Roy?
Actually, Monica prepared
All
this
right,
one.
Go ahead.
Do you want to take it, Monica? Or did Christopher, did you prepare the staff report on this one?
Prepared by Roy or Monica, I guess. Reviewed.
Ah, apologies. Monica helped me prepare this one. That's why it's one of those nights. So basically, this item is back before council based on the previous discussion at the last council meeting regarding the appointment or the process for filling the vacancy created by council member-elect Espinoza's lack of a better word, resignation of his elected position in order to take a different elected position. As discussed earlier with the city treasurer, we have roughly 60 days from the notice in order to fill this vacancy. That would, or call for a special election. That would be February 7th, would be our deadline for that. The cost for a special election is quite significant. I get the exact amount. Rough estimate is about $77,000 to call a special election to elect a council member. At this point, I'll open it up to council direction. We did, for the last vacancy with former council member Mann, utilize the appointment process. The appointment would only be good for 2 years, and then at the next general election, that council position would be up for election by the voters.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think we have $70,000+ to spend. So my recommendation is, just like we did for the treasurer, allow for it and just basically copy it. The deadline for applications should be like suggested before on the 22nd, that we move forward at the same way. It's just not a motion yet, I'm just placing my comment.
Thank you. Council, is there any additional comments at this time? Seeing none, I will go out for public comment at 11:57. Is there anyone on the phone with public comment in regards to this item? Hearing none, bringing it back to the dais. I'm sorry, back into the chamber. Is there any public comment in the chamber in regards to this item? Seeing none, closing the public comment at 11:57, bringing it back to the dais. Council, any additional comments, suggestions, recommendations, motions?
Mr. Mayor, if nobody else wants to, I will make the motion that we open the recruitment process for applications to be deadline by the 22nd.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra, and second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Upal.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. And that was our last item for the night. And meeting is adjourned at 11:58. Good night, everyone.